So, as you can see, I ever so slightly worked on since last stream. I primarily added the tattoo that she has down here. And then just like small touches. I played a little bit with like depth by adding some more like pure black shadows. I also noticed like a couple of parts I'll have to redraw. Like the legs. I looked at the references that I have a bit more and want to try a different way. Instead of like whatever I did here. Like I think I need to do a lot more cell shading. At least like looking at the other references of like these shaker cup designs. People use a lot more cell shading. But the issue that I have obviously is again the entire thing of like her clothing has to be white. So I only have skin color, one darker color, and then pure black. While most of the other shaker cup designs, they use white for the skin. So they have two in-between colors, like light gray and dark gray, between black. So they're able to shade the skin a lot better. But you know, I can figure out a way somehow. Let me just quickly run the time lapse again. While I up. Hello, Nami. Congrats on the 7th stream streak. Wow. But yeah, honestly, so far, I really like how it's going, how it's turning out so far. I mean, for the most part now, as I said last stream, I need to work a little bit more on the shading. Like, you know, giving it more depth, essentially. The hair, I looked at the references a little bit, how our artists do it, and I think that one might be the hardest, not gonna lie. Because like even though the hair, in my case, is transparent, you can still add like quite a lot to it. Especially with the halftones. I saw that you can essentially create highlights on it. And then I'll have to figure out like these little bells at the color as well. They're gold, and I have no idea how to make it look like gold properly with like halftones and just like grayscale. I mean, it should be fun to try out. But I'm hoping to be able to finish the entire design this stream, or at least get as close as possible to it. I mean, stuff like, you know, I want to like slightly adjust the border for it to not just be like as rectangular, but like have some of her like light motifs in there. Stuff like maybe a moon here and like stars here or whatever. Then I also need to play around with the backgrounds, because so far it's just like one solid color. Now, I don't know, usually what I would probably do is to have her silhouette stand out in front of the background would probably just be to add like white as like as if like there's a shine behind her from the back. I'm not sure if that's gonna look good with just halftones, so I might just go for more like a comic outline. But yeah, as I said, that like those kind of small things, worst case I can just do them off stream while I'm experimenting. Also, I think my voice is starting to like get stronger, quote unquote, from me having to talk so much now that I'm streaming a lot more. I did notice though, especially like talking VC last night, that I've been getting this one thing more frequently where like you talk, and as you talk, your voice, how do I put it? It's like I'm talking, and then like as I'm talking, suddenly my voice just goes extremely hoarse. And I have to like quickly stop to clear my throat because I'm starting to sound like I'm a chain smoker or something. Like I've been having that so much, especially like last stream and when I was in VC last night. I mean, at least it's funny, I guess. But yeah. I get that too. I mean, it is like a somewhat common thing, but especially like lately, I've been getting that way too much. And congrats on the 3 stream streak, Jordan. Bro's finding out why hydration is important as a public speaker. Damn. You might be onto something. But yeah, let me quickly put on my little artist glove. And then I can start smacking my head against the wall trying to figure out how to render the stuff. Hübsch. Thank you, Cossack. Alright. That's the thing that I forgot to talk about. So, Dokumi 2026. So, I'm still on the waitlist, although I don't have much hope for getting a booth from the waitlist. So I instead already bought visitor tickets. Now, apparently, like I bought them 2 days ago or something. So, end of January. The tickets already almost sold out. Like, Saturday is sold out. So you can only get individual tickets for Friday and Sunday. And then like the J-Rave, but I'm not interested in that. When is Sukumi? I can't exactly remember. Sometime summer, always. I don't remember the exact day though, I'm not gonna lie. I did talk with another artist last night though, and we briefly touched up on the topic of Dokumi. And I mentioned that like I'm only gonna go Friday and Sunday. And then they were like, but dude, Saturday is the main day. We're getting you a ticket. So I might be going as a helper. So like I'd be going all 3 days then. Still gotta see about that thing though. So yeah, like I'm definitely gonna go. At definitely Sunday. Maybe apparently Saturday too. Friday maybe as well. I'm not sure about Friday. Friday, you know, I can't look into the future and know if I'm gonna have a job by then and should go to work instead, or if I can take off, like take a day off. I don't know. It's the kinds of stuff. Unless I get in through the waitlist, no. I might, whatchamacallit? I might bring like small gifts. Like I was thinking of maybe getting like sticker sheets or something like that, and then just handing them out to people that I know or people that recognize me. Maybe. Not sure yet. Like the emotes that I got recently, I actually have commercial rights for them, surprisingly. So I mean, not that I would be selling them, but you know, the artist is fine with printing them and all that jazz. So I don't know, just so I have like some small gifts to hand to people or something. But yeah. Hello, Josie. Trust you'll have a job. I'm not so sure about that. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, at least at this one, I'm really sure that I will be going to Dokumi. We're talking Dokumi plans? Yes. Uh, basically, I'm gonna go. I already bought tickets for Friday and Sunday. I talked with an artist, Hiro, who, sorry about the squeaky mic, who might be getting a helper ticket for me, so I get to be there all 3 days. Still have to see though. But yeah, hello, Coin. Aku at Dokumi, only as a visitor or maybe a helper. Still seeing about that though. wanna go to bed, I can justify going for tabling though. Yeah, I get that honestly. Especially, I mean, I think most artists have like the issue that they can't afford to go there unless they're boothing or tabling. Because then like, you know, they're there for business and stuff. Since like a lot of people have quite some travel costs, or like even staying in Düsseldorf at that time is gonna be so expensive. Like I think I've been hearing something about it costing 200 per night already in the hotel. And I just can't imagine Airbnbs being any better. Like I think a lot of the Airbnb owners have caught on to Dokumi being a thing. So they've just massively been increasing the prices. Yeah, I'm just kind of fortunate in that like the previous years, I was always able to go to Dokumi because of like helping other people out with their booths or something. And since I'm a German university student, I'd have like free train and bus tickets. So like I'd basically have zero travel costs. Traveling back home every single day was kind of a pain in the ass, but that's better than spending like 600 bucks or whatever. Time to hunt you down then. I mean, actually, I am gonna hang around the other artists. So now I'm sure we'll see each other at like, I don't know, Uyu's table or Rosebell's meet and greet, something like that. I was actually thinking of maybe trying to cosplay my character as well. Just like a basic ass cosplay. Don't expect me to come in like full on coat with golden rim trims and black fur and whatever. But I was thinking of maybe like, you know, the top that my character has is basically just like a compression shirt or like two compression shirts mixed with like some trimmings on it. And I was actually thinking, I might be kind of delusional, but I'm thinking I could actually replicate that, like sew something together. Made Aku? No. I mean, I still have the offer that like if someone that I know that I'm friends with is willing to bring a maid outfit, I would not mind wearing it. It's been offer that I put out there quite a while ago. It's just like I can't get my own maid outfit because where the fuck do I keep that? And I don't want to spend the money on this. You and Madron can be maid twins. I feel like it would look cool as fuck as a butler, not gonna lie. Dude, actually, since we last saw each other at Dokumi, I got like a haircut and like I got a haircut that's kind of basically what my character has. Same with the piercing and stuff like that too. I could totally, if I just put on some makeup, go as like a goth butler. Uh, what was his name? Like Sebastian or whatever his name is from like Black Butler or whatever. Not that I have the voice, but I'd pay to see that, of course. Uh, wait, I missed some messages. So US con the weekend right for Dokumi 2. Okay, that sounds rough. We'll be back in the UK to Tuesday. It's gonna be fun. It wouldn't be fun for me. Yeah, I can imagine. Um, like last year's Dokumi, I mean, like I literally came back to Germany from being in the US, like literally on Thursday, and then Friday was Dokumi, so I had zero time to just chill. And yeah, I feel like I unfortunately was kind of out of it for most of that Dokumi. Like both physically just being too tired, but also like emotionally just not available really. So yeah, I understand. Rose has a meet and greet. As far as I understood, yeah. I'm not entirely sure how she's gonna organize it. But as far as I know. Or maybe I'm spreading misinformation, I don't know. I actually didn't know that Merlin was gonna go as a mate. I remember Ian, for at least one day wearing a maid outfit. Unfortunately, he's really rocking the maid outfit. Although I have also heard that some of the visitors at Dokumi act really weirdly if you're dressed as a maid. Yes, even as a male maid. So. Like the meet and greet will be Cody taking over the very shy Rose. I don't know actually. I mean, as I said, I'm not sure how they're gonna do the meet and greets. Like I only know the official meet and greets tables that they used to have at some point. That Orobo had like years ago. I think that was like, was that the first or the second Dokumi that I've been to? I can't remember. It was like forever ago. Where it was like properly fenced in with like a security person at the front. So you'd only have like one person or like one small group of people at a time. So even if you're like pretty shy or easily overwhelmed with people, you would still be fine. Did Oro get in this year? I forgot to ask. He's on the waitlist too. I'm not sure if he's gonna drop out of the waitlist by a certain point. I mean, I'd have to imagine, because he is still in Japan, from what I know. And I'm not sure if he's gonna come back to Europe. Rosie Shake artwork, yes. Just gotta render it out, add details, mess about with the composition. Yeah, I'm actually done. Since, like, you know, there are no colors. But honestly, I did not expect to have this much fun with this drawing. It was mostly like for me to just experiment. Like having to Having to use my brain more, that's like an awesome way of putting it, as if I don't usually use my brain. Like, I don't know, I never cell shade or even do anything like these half-tone gradients. It's like pretty fun to figure out. Oh my god, you're dropping someone I know. I don't want to name. No, you're totally fine. I'm drawing Rosebell art, yes. Oh, so welcome. Wait, I missed a message. When A&YC happens to know best than I at all the cosplay is a matter of question, but yeah, that's New Yorkers for you. Most fun I've had at a con. Dude, US cons are so far away though. Like, I'd love to visit one someday, but like, dude, the travel costs and like finding a place to stay sounds so rough, not gonna lie. She's so cool, they're so pretty. Thank you. Right, I forgot to say. So, I was watching her stream a couple of days ago, and I don't know how the topic came up, but you see this little, what was it called again? Cowlick Ahoge. There's a little hairdo at the top. Like, I've drawn Rosebud so many times before, and I've always just like kinda imitated the shape of this thing. I only figured out like a couple of days ago in that one stream that that's supposed to be a heart. I've drawn her so many times before. I've been watching her for years at this point, and I never realized that's a heart. I'm also not gonna lie, I still don't see a heart in there. But yeah. I will no longer say that I have good observation skills. Cause never mind. Honestly, it's only okay for me because I know people that can help me out for stocks, since we can't fly into your country with merch. Ah. Alright. Yeah, that was like the other thing that I was thinking about, like actually bringing stuff over to sell sounds like entire process. I'm really not sure about the legs. I'll work on them later. I bought one of your art pieces, the gold chip one. Dude, the gold chip one is so good. I mean, she says she's an angel VTuber and has a cat form, but at this point, it's the other way around. True, actually. I mean, the cat form is really cute. I am just kinda... I've been drawing too many animal ears at this point. I needed a break, I need something more human. Let me think. How do I render gold in grayscale when I have only 4 colors to use? Wait, I think I'm thinking way too hard about this. Like, it should just be... I mean, I can't choose black. Dark gray is the base. Then white should be... what are you? Oh. I can just have like a white spotlight point thing. Use halftone gradients for like the curve, the curvature, whatever. Should be fine. Surely. Hello, sir. Right. I also mentioned like the last streams that I've been kinda addicted to Arknight's Enfield. I can happily say that my addiction isn't gone. I instead have completed everything in that game. So I cannot live out my addiction anymore. Checkmate. I mean, I haven't actually like completely finished everything. I've seen some people that have, they're like completely max level and everything. I'm so far away from that. But yeah, I'm done with like the main story and everything. I can kind of relax for a little while. I was also thinking of maybe drawing some of the characters. I'm not entirely sure yet which ones though. You can relax for another month pretty much, yeah. Yeah, basically. I mean, I do have to say that, like, even though I also think the gacha in that game is way too rough. I do think it is a pretty good game, like in and of itself. Like I was able to play through most of the game. Okay, to be fair as well, I did get incredibly lucky with the gacha, like getting a lot of the max rarity units and stuff. But I felt like it's a whole experience. Of course, you can tell like there's a lot of gacha design in there, kind of muddying the experience and stuff, but I feel like it's a pretty good game by itself, so I just had a lot of fun playing it. I can't say that about other gacha games that I've dropped recently. I'm gonna take some fever medicine, drink myself an Arc Raider, see you later. Have fun. Please rest well, since you mentioned fever medicine. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. What game are you talking about? The new Arknights? Yeah, Arknights Enfield. Been absolutely grinding the hell out of it. I love new channel administrator, they're cute. Yes. Dude, I love all of the memes describe like portraying administrator as a penguin. It's so cute, man. Penguin administrator, yeah. Do you think the game has good staying power? I was discussing with Azrul a while ago. I'm curious how many of player base over players with new. From what I can tell, it feels like quite a lot of the gacha content creators jumped on the game as well. There seems to be quite an influx of people that have not played the original Arknights or have played it but dropped it at some point that did still jump into Arknights Enfield. I do think they have overall also done like a pretty good job in making the game and the lore accessible to newcomers, so to speak. Like the ones that aren't accustomed to original Arknights lore. I mean, to be fair as well, the Arknights lore is also really convoluted. And the changes that they did make are just like equivalent to space magic, which could become a pretty bad thing storytelling wise. You know, stuff like how we have Leviathan or Surta. We have her in Enfield again, even though it plays hundreds of years after the original Arknights. And from what I understood, I'm not entirely sure with Surta if she's still alive, like she just lives that long. But with some of the characters that we had in Arknights that are returning in Enfield, the explanation that I found in the lore in game is like essentially super simplified because that's the only way that I myself understood it. That like their souls are within Originium, like the space super magic space rock of Arknights, and there's some Originium woods where people basically materialize again based on the soul and memory that's been trapped in the rocks. And that's why, like, they're technically not the same, but they remember most of their past, but they're still different people. And it's like, ah. Brain a jar kind of thing? Kinda, yeah. Yeah, basic. Or like soulstone type thing. I want to see Enfield Three siblings. That's something I've been thinking about as well. Like, there's no way in hell they will not bring them back in some form at least. Whether that's also like the thing of the character is back again, but like a different version of them, or something like that. But there's no way in hell they will just drop them. But also on the other hand, I cannot imagine them introducing more Sui siblings when they were already like, or are gonna be like, how many? 8 in the original game or something? Like, I already can barely keep track of the ones that we already have. Never mind the ones that haven't come out yet. Or Mia. Dude, I hope we get a Mia back. I've been seeing so many different reactions to like the beginning scene. Like, this isn't spoiler, by the way, just in case. Like, in the very beginning scene, you find like a grave saying, basically suggesting that a lot of the characters from the first game have died, including like the main character, so to speak, or like the poster character of the first game. And so they just put that right in in the beginning, man. Actual slap in the face, man. With an administrator's doctor. I'm not sure about that. I mean, to be fair, the grave, I don't think said the doctor is dead. But it did say that, like, Amir, Calcit, Teresa, and Teresa's are dead. What did it? Okay, wait. Before I actually say something wrong, I do have to say, I remember some of the details from the beta test, and it seems like they changed a lot of lore from the beta. Because I distinctly remember that in one of the beta tests, there was another grave that had way more names on it, including people like Mudrock and so on and so forth. But I didn't find that grave when I played this game, like the full release. So maybe they just retconned it? Like, okay, I mean, it's not retcon if it was just beta, but I don't know. To be fair, like, the game is so fresh that we probably still have a lot of lore missing. But yeah, so far I'm not sure if the administrator is supposed to be the doctor or not. Doesn't seem like it, honestly. Maybe like a... Wait, I keep fucking that up in English. Is the predecessor the person that comes after someone? Because like an ancestor is the person before. Like administrator might be the person coming after doctor. Maybe some form of child. Maybe not literally, but like... I don't know, space magic, spiritual child. I don't know. A descendant, yeah, that's a better word, yeah. Predecessors come before because pre. You're right. I didn't think about the pre in that word. Kinda because you don't actually pronounce it pre but pre for some reason. because English is very phonetically consistent. I mean, to be fair, like most languages have the like phonetic inconsistencies, but I don't know, it feels like English has it the worst. What's your main language? German. Well, technically my main language is German. My first language is Russian though. But I very early on in life had to learn German because I grew up in Germany. So like my main language, like the one that I grew up with, so to speak, is German. Ich lerne Deutsch. Nice. The pronunciation varies, so I know it is predecessor, but I was a predecessor like you. I can't remember ever hearing predecessor actually. I'm assuming predecessor is British. Actually, then I should have heard that at some point. I might just not remember right now. Because I did learn specifically British English in school. But you know, like most of media tends to be American English. Like if you're not from England or the UK, I mean, uh, a lot of like the English in media that I have heard at least was American. I say pred. This is a more correct word. Like many things in English is probably UK versus US thing. Yeah. Someone told me I stink today, but I still had 5 minutes left on my 72-hour deodorant. Beautiful entry, not gonna lie. Hello to you too. I mean, maybe if you just apply it twice, it'll count for 144 hours. Actually, that kind of stuff has tripped me up a lot in the past. Why they advertise certain deodorants and stuff as 24 hours. Because there's just no way in hell it'll stick for 24 hours. In like any reasonable amount. Clearly you were scammed for the deodorant. Actually, I am still baffled that like supposedly that like certain people's sweat just doesn't smell like anything. Especially in the East. Like that sounds like fake news, but I swear to God, I've heard and read about that so many times, and I still refuse to believe it. Because they can sell better like that marketing. Eh. I'm one of them, man. It's genetics, yeah, that's what I heard too. And that like those genetics tend to be pretty common within Eastern cultures. But it's like, how does that even happen? Like, it's not even just that they don't smell it. Like, I can way more understand, like, how certain scents you can be, like, blind to them because of genetics. But actually having sweat that doesn't smell. How? Since, like, sweat is literally just, like, water with some salts and, like, some minor minerals that just bacteria eats on. And some people just don't smell. Like, how? My sweat can level a bison sometimes, I swear. Uh, Unfortunately, same. I mean, to be fair, a lot of, like, your sweat actually smelling badly tends to be a matter of hygiene. Like, sweating itself is not a bad thing. Dude, I remember, like, in the US, when I was on the wrestling team, like, I didn't go to the tournaments because, like, I didn't want to drag the entire school down because most people in fucking bumfuck Ohio that wrestle have been wrestling their entire childhood, so I would just drag down the points. Um, I would just get immediately smacked down to the floor. But like, I still exercise with them, and dude, it was incredible how, like, after just one exercise session, the entire, like, little wrestling gym they had was just like you just look into the room and you see how much wetness there is all over the floor from, like, sweaty people either, like, stepping somewhere or, like, just laying on the floor in a certain spot. And dude, or you would just, like, walk out of exercise, like, out of the training, just, like, completely drenched in sweat. It's the same gene that makes Eastern people have drier, such flaky earwax. Ah, I misread that. I thought. Okay, I completely misread that. I thought Western people had that. And I was like, how the fuck do I have Eastern earwax genes, but European or Western sweat genes? Hello, Black Luna. Congrats on a 3 Steam streak. Actually, maybe shit timing when this ad's running. Actually, I just remembered there was also, like, the, like, cilantro. Was it called cilantro? Like, that one gene that I think it was cilantro, like a certain spice, seasoning, whatever. Tastes like soap to some people. So, like, some people just straight up cannot eat. I think it was Indian cuisine and something else, like some other cuisine, because of how much they rely on that spice. But I'm actually not sure if I have that one. Cilantro. Because I don't. My parents definitely don't ever use that. I've never bought it and used it myself. I don't even think I've ever tried that cuisine. I don't think I've ever had cilantro, actually. I don't know, maybe I have that gene. I just don't know about it. That thing, I actually don't know if I have it. I don't pay attention to it often. Interestingly, people like cilantro and don't taste soap. Apparently, other ones with the genetic variation. Like the other is supposed to be a default. Ah. Genetic variation that lets soap tasting plants taste good. Okay, hang on. I don't like that at all. My mom is dead. I went to India for internship. Only discovered Indian food is riddled with cilantro. Oh no. Actually, unfortunate. Ari went to bed, I think, at some point. Because he is from India. He could have probably commented on that. Oh well. To be fair for them, it's probably like, what, almost midnight or something. Well, I don't know. Somehow Indian cuisine just isn't one that I've tried at all so far. Even though I have eaten a decent amount within Eastern cuisines. I mean, unfortunately, not like authentic, quote unquote, more like restaurant stuff. I mean, it's pretty hard to get authentic food unless you somehow get into the country. I swear to God, I just cannot get this one belt to look halfway decent right now. Well, dinner time. Enjoy your dinner. That raid alert caught me so off guard, man. Ayumi, hello. Thanks for the raid. Let me shout you out real quick. Yeah. I hope you stream it well. I see you are streaming art. Please feel free to share whatever you're working on or any of your previous artworks. I love to see. I'm currently working on a not sponsored Shaker Cup design for Roswell. I seem to spook you every. Dude, I never anticipate that raid alert. I think it's quite a bit louder on my end as well compared to on the stream. It's like I jump every single time in my chair. But yeah, I'm working on like a little Shaker Cup artwork thing. Again, not sponsored, but it's kind of similar to what you would see Gamers Upsell or Advanced GG, I guess. But yeah, Kamikaze Huntsman, thank you for the follow. And yeah, Ayumi, as I said, if you want to share anything you're working on, please feel free to share. I'd love to see. I'm currently just yapping while trying to figure out how to render all of this stuff. It's quite different to how I usually draw. Like, I don't usually cell shade at all, so I'm kinda experimenting quite a lot. Like, usually, I guess I can quickly show for the Raiders. Usually I draw stuff like Tada, Laoda, or there, Uyu. Well, gotta go eat. Good luck drawing, brother. Thank you. Enjoy your food. Thanks for dropping by. I do a bit of model rigging whip. If you want to share, I'd love to see. And yeah. I think that's it for my introduction. Yeah, I'm just currently yapping, having a relaxed Sunday stream. As I'm just trying to figure out how to render the stuff, because it's not usually something that I draw or have a lot of experience with. It is fun though, not gonna lie. Like, it's just me experimenting, trying to imitate their style. Again, I'm not sponsored. It's just me doing it for fun, for practice. So, no code Aku or anything like that. Real sorry. And yeah, Ayumi, if you want to share the video, just send a link whenever. Or you can even DM it to me if that's easier for you. Yeah, you are safe to share links. You don't need a permit. The only person banning here is me, no bot. I love the way you draw Rhoda. You really gave the big cat energy. Thank you. Okay, let me open. Let me hope that Twitter is gonna load today. Or right now at least. My Twitter has been incredibly slow together with Discord for some reason. Hang on, let me see how I can get it on screen real quick. Hang on, if I open that, if I full screen, okay, you can see it, okay, good. Yeah, the rigging whip looks really nice already. Really good head angles too, actually. Now, I have to say also sorry that the quality is so low. I don't think Twitter's gonna load anything higher. I have zero idea how to rig, so all of this is just kind of like, I can tell this is physics, but the rest of this is kind of rocket science to me. But yeah, it looks really nice so far. I also like how the ears move. Like, they have a lot of like physics to them. They seem really animated. It gives me a lot of brain juice, I can imagine. But yeah, it looks really nice so far. Thank you so much for sharing. That being said, if you need to take a break, I mean, I don't know how long you've been streaming for. I imagine you have to recharge your brain juice at some point. If you need to go and get some rest, get some food or water, please feel free to. I'll still be here drawing for quite a while. You should be sponsored once you got the style done right. Thank you. Maybe someday. Not right now. I mean, I was thinking of maybe contacting them. But... meh. We'll see. But yeah, still thank you for the compliment. The nose was like a puzzle. Yeah, I can imagine actually. I've been seeing a lot of discourse lately as well about face angles and like how a lot of people don't really realize just how much work go into them with like perspective and stuff. How, you know, the facial features shift as you turn the head. Hang on, I want to try something. What if I... add some rim light? Maybe... But yeah, as I said, if you need to go and rest, feel free to. I'll be here for a while. As for the raiders, you're very welcome to just lurk. I can yap enough to keep you entertained. um, and yeah. I do need to put my crafting stuff away and make dinner. I do, like, this might sound very weird, but I do find it fascinating how many people have dinner. As someone that never had dinner. Or like, I did have, the only time that I had dinner was in the US. Like, when I was living with entirely different families. Like, my family and like, I don't know, just how I get hungry and stuff like that. I don't have dinner or breakfast. I just have like one lunch. And then just eat whatever at night as like a snack. I don't know, honestly, the concept of dinner just seems weird, not gonna lie. Like, to me, as like, people actually sit down to have food late in the evening. Oh. Yeah. I used to consume 3 years as a ref, and even then it's still very hard to do. Yeah. I do remember that a rigging friend of mine, back when they were learning how to rig, they spent a lot of time actually just straight up studying anatomy, like just using art books like normal artist words. So you would be able, excuse me, you would be able to do the head angles and like the body angles and stuff as well. Excuse me. I don't know, apparently a lot of riggers kind of underestimate how much anatomy they also need to learn for their job. I was actually thinking of maybe learning how to rig a little bit. Not to be able to like full on rig live 2D models, but at least like smaller objects and stuff like that. Also, like, I do think that just learning a little bit how like the basics of rigging work could help quite a lot with actually making live 2D models. Because it's not like you're just following instructions by the riggers, but you actually have some understanding of why the riggers need some things in a certain way. And I would like to eventually, someday, maybe draw VTuber models. If I get a demand for that and can actually charge enough for it to be worth the time. Well, unfortunately, I have to take my leave. This is 3:30 in the morning, Australian. Jesus Christ. But I will have to check out next stream. Yes, your channel is very unique, so looking forward to seeing more of your work. Thank you. That's very kind of you. And yes, sleep well. Rest well. And thanks for dropping by. That's actually a good idea. Are you still not sponsored yet? No. Nothing in my business mail, no. I've also not inquired about a sponsorship yet. I mean, is asking for a sponsorship even a thing? I don't think that is. Like, at most, like asking for a partnership. But yeah, nah. Still, me just drawing it for practice, for fun. I'm really not sure about this guy. This little bell. I like the one this one looks. I for some reason can't make anything half decent with this one. Oh well. Also low impact. I basically just have to do the same thing here, actually. Just in a much smaller form. I was also thinking of maybe asking one of the artists I know that have worked for gamer subs if they can maybe give me feedback. But I feel like I might do that afterwards. Like maybe sometime later. Because I do like having to figure out by myself for now. I feel like if I was gonna go ahead and ask an artist for feedback, I mean, to be fair, I think there's like a lot more individual choice on how to do things. And like how you actually end up drawing the shaker cups. I don't know. Meow meow, welcome. Rose Cat Bell. Actually, I think someone just earlier in the stream mentioned how often you use the cat ears on stream. Hello, back Argo, and hello, Trit, hello. It looks so pretty, though. If you mean the drawing, thank you. If you mean the cat ears, yes. How did I... Not gonna lie, I sometimes switch to cat toggle because my wings are in the way of my art. I actually didn't notice that, but true. I mean, don't you have like the mini wings toggle? At least your... Ah, right, I have after underneath that. At least your rough sheets says something like that. The whole art, thank you. I do, but in my brain, mini ears equals catty. Mini wings equals catty. Mini ears, Jesus Christ, man, I can't speak. I mean, shrinking ears certainly would be a toggle. As the EP, by the way, please let me strength to finish my mission right now. I'm barely awake by myself. I have very little strength to give right now. How do I... how do I render gold in grayscale? I have no clue. Then we're both gonna make do with this somehow. Yeah. Ooh. Like I'm already 3 coffees in today. I don't think there's any saving me at this point. Actually, are you much of a coffee person? Oh no, I kind of just always assume that most people do drink coffee, but I'm also pretty sure that I'm completely overdoing it with the amount of coffee that I drink. I remember that like during my university days, during the worst days of university is probably the better way of putting it, I would straight up drink like 4 huge mugs of coffee in a day because I just got that little sleep. And I mean, I actually like the taste of coffee, so it just helped me stay sane. So I'm just so much more. Yeah, reading. I cannot today. Sometimes too much caffeine for too long of time makes me really sleepy. Cutting back helps. It's cruel. Yeah. Hang on, I'm just kind of messing about, trying to see what sticks for trying to render gold in grayscale. Yes, I love coffee. Let's go, fellow coffee enjoyer. I found a coffee alternative though. It's made of plant and basically tastes like coffee, so I can get my coffee fix without caffeine. I need a name right now, immediately. Like unironically, I like the taste of coffee itself. I don't really even care too much about the caffeine in it. I'm pretty sure most of the effect that I'm feeling is more like the emotional placebo of just feeling better from drinking something I like. Lupin and coffee. Wait, that sounds vaguely familiar. Hang on, I'm gonna open a browser real quick just so I have it open to look at later. You coffee enjoyers? What do you mean? No, like actually in the US, I remember that one of the host families that I stayed with, the host mom had like a bunch of caffeine-free, like decaffeinated coffee pots. And she was like, she does not drink them. I can have them if I want. And I just immediately emptied her entire cupboard. I drank all of them because she wouldn't otherwise. Because I just wanted the taste of coffee. But you know, like, I mean, honestly, I feel the effects of coffee so little. And I'm probably just so sleep deprived that I can easily sleep. Even drinking any kind of caffeine late in the evening. I guess I'm kind of privileged. Yeah. It's usually sold at Bioläden. I see. Now the issue is I unironically wouldn't be surprised if my area does not have any of those. I swear to God, I need to move out. Like, we don't have any kind of Asian stores or any specialty stores really. Except for like just the Turkish market and the Chinese one. But the Chinese one is like super small. And I cannot remember there being any Bioläden around. I'll DM about it. Yes, yes. Please, please. Bitter is healthy. Okay, hang on. I may love coffee, but I am a bit of a little bitch. I need it like with a lot of sugar and milk. Not like the complete American, just it's pure sugar. But I do need to soften it up a bit. Like I'm actually not into bitter stuff. I also don't like I don't like black licorice, for example. The only licorice that I like is like the American red licorice stuff, like the Twizzlers or whatever they're called. I'm probably losing all of my credibility as a coffee enjoyer right now. Uh, +1 tea over coffee. I mean, to be fair, tea is sick as well. I recently found one. Or not found one. My mom has been drinking that one since years. And I randomly tried it because like she didn't finish hers and told me to finish it for her. It's called 1001 Nights. And it's like a rose black tea, like black tea, rose, orange flavored thing. And dude, it's so good. It's actually addicting. And then the issue is the actual, like, company that sold that went bankrupt or something, so you can't even buy it anymore. So I instead tracked down where it's being produced in fucking Sri Lanka to find if any company instead is selling that. Like from the same, like, producing plants and stuff. But yeah. I do. Wait, let me just quickly catch up with the chat. I need to take a tiny break to close the blinds. I'm sitting in the dark again. I like bitter food, just not bitter drinks, and that's what my mom would say before shoving medicine down my throat. Is this why people call me mom sometimes? Like, dude, I would cringe so hard. I've had someone once in this chat call me daddy, and I cringed so loudly. I, I put a tiny sip of heavy cream into it, but for some reason I don't like sweetener much. I also hate honey and tea. I mean, the honey and tea thing I can understand. I also think it just kind of doesn't do anything really. Or it I also just don't like honey and tea, I guess. But yeah, anyways, I need to take a tiny ass break. Just like 2 minutes maybe. And then I'll be right back. As I said, I just need to close blinds. I need to get some more water so my voice doesn't die after 2 hours again, like the last streams. So, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hang on. Let me see. What did I miss? Did I actually write be right back backwards? God damn it. Whoopsie. Ba 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 ba. Ship Aku some Death Wish coffee for Duke. What is that? Wait, is Death Wish coffee the one where they put like the world's hottest pepper in there? Or something? Wasn't there a thing like that? Welcome back, thank you, thank you. I remember that there was some coffee where they put like some kind of like Carolina Reaper or something in there. Like the extract or whatever. I was thinking of maybe someday trying it just for fun. Hang on, let me sit down. Not properly, but comfortably. My leg is absolutely gonna fall asleep in like 5 minutes. I don't know why, but when you turn off the halftone, she looks more naked. Like there's just so little texture, so it looks off. Which I guess is a good sign. Give Arco the Panera lemonade like a bad for being too... The Panera lemonade that got banned for being too caffeinated? Wait, when did it get banned? And like Panera bread? The... I don't even know what to call it. Shitty food thing 2 years ago. I might have actually had it in the US then. Why did it get banned for being too caffeinated? What? I do have to say, Panera bread is so overpriced. At least from what I remember. Or maybe I just had a shit experience, but... I mean, I honestly think that most, like, of the franchise restaurants and stuff like that, especially in the US, are way too overpriced for what they actually deliver. Because, like, unless it's something really sweet, I don't know, and all of the experiences that I've had, they just don't taste good. Like, you're way better off going to, like, anything that isn't franchise, honestly. People actually die from drinking too much of it at... What do you mean? Huh? that I don't believe you. Only in America. The lemonade had like 390 milligrams of caffeine in it. It's like 5 cup. Yeah, I was about to say what? Ah, Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I mean, if they already had a heart condition, I mean, that's obviously sad as all hell. But yeah, even that actually, that's wild, man. If the people don't kill you, the food will. I mean, isn't that most of the world? Nah, actually, it would be more like bad diseases at the end. Well, anyways. Um, I think I can almost leave the color like that. I'm a little trying to avoid touching the hair. I tend to dislike rendering hair in the first place, and having to figure out what to even do with grayscale and stuff is eh. I do actually kind of worry about when I'll be able to visit family in the US again. Both because of like how rough it seems to be currently to travel there, but also just like in terms of, you know, when I get a job, I'm not gonna have time to just like take a bit off to go to the US. And I can't really expect the entire family there to just get up and come over to Europe. Like, I have way too many family members over there. Again, not like blood related family members, but they certainly treat me better than actual blood family. Hang on, I just had to quickly check something. Actually, I saw something earlier. So I drew a fan art of a character from Wuthering Waves called Looper. And I actually saw earlier, like yesterday, that like a Wuthering Waves fan account reposted my artwork. Like someone added me to give me credit. And the Wuthering Waves fan account ended up like contacting me asking if it's fine and stuff because they couldn't find me before. And like I don't mind that kind of stuff. Like I just told them because they're in Spanish, like I had to use deep L and stuff. I think it's still translated well. But like I told them it's fine to just get credit in the future first instead of I don't know, I really dislike this thing of like do first, ask for forgiveness later. That's some lovely Rosie. Thank you. And hello. Welcome, welcome. I kind of dislike the approach of like do first, ask for forgiveness later, which supposedly is more of a Western thing. A return was a little dipshit mascot doing. I haven't worked on them yet. In a little bit. I'm still trying to focus on the major parts of Rosie first. But yeah, I just found it interesting how that account, as I said, reposted my artwork and something algorithm. I'm not one to blame algorithms for my lack of success or success or whatever. But I did find it interesting that like when I posted, I got like 300 likes or something. Whereas like when that Moving Ways fan account posted, I think they ended up with like almost 6,000 or something. Like I even had someone comment on my post being like, how does this only have so few likes and blah blah. The major parts, yeah. Like Belle. Cause you know, Rose Belle. The if I say I'm rendering her bells, that's gonna sound weird. You get what I mean? I've actually spent way too much time beginning of stream trying to figure out how to render them. Same with like this supposed to be gold. I'm still trying to figure out how to make it look believable. Maybe you could render those two bighorns in a bit. Like I kinda left out most of the white parts so far. Like I'm trying to slowly work my way from like the big parts, like the legs and stuff like that, inwards into the smaller details. Or like the things that I think will give me trouble, which is like this color region. I wasn't sure for like the longest time. I'm still trying to figure out right now like how to add more texture here. It's like the thing that I've been complaining about enough that like from what I can tell usually with the gamer subs Shaker Cup designs at least, you're only allowed to use 4 colors. But because she has white clothing, I went with one of the gray tones for the skin. But that means that for the skin rendering, which is still most of her, like most of the composition, you know, I only have like light gray, I have white for highlights, and then I have dark gray and black instead of like having 3 tones. So that's just something I've been fighting with for the entire time now. Gamer subs, dice of cringe, wife wears superior. I have no affiliation with anyone. I have no preference. Also, I have never heard of waifu before, not gonna lie. I just like, I've been seeing gamer subs the most, and I have some artist friends that work with them. So they're like the main ones that I'm acquainted with. They make metallic highlights shakers. Don't all of them do that? I remember buying one from Advanced GT, like a metallic thermos type can years ago. And I'm pretty sure GamerStop's probably has something like that too. It's just like a little unfortunate that the shipping costs are quite rough to the Europe in general, I think. Although I guess that's like basically every product from the US currently. Hang on, I'm trying to think if I want to maybe start on here already. I do have to say, I am kind of confused. Maybe I should just ask one of the artists that I know that worked with them. Because I feel like I can see with some of the references that I have that they actually did end up using opacity in their hair, which I don't think you're actually. I thought you're not allowed to do. I don't know. Right, I forgot that the ads are running. I honestly wish you could just turn off ads on Twitch. Let me tell you what. Huh? Pardon me for accidentally summoning you, actually. I'm just a rule stickler, somehow that doesn't mean that other people are. Oh. I mean, I can see in like your specific cup design for Spite, like your cup design that I found on your website was like the best reference because it's like the only one that's properly posted, not just taken from the advertisement stuffs where like the resolution is too small. I can see with your case that it is just full on cell shading with the halftone gradients. But like the other ones I'm looking at, like I could swear I'm seeing opacity. Or it's just the resolution being too low and it just actually blurs that much. I'm not sure. All I know is that I'm afraid of trying to work on AR now. I mean, I did also notice I'm probably just overthinking it, but I did also see that a Shaker Cup design that Praline worked on, for example, initially seemed like it was breaking the rules too, because it was like kind of green overall. Um, and like I like I was looking at it for so long until I actually started reading and then realized, oh wait, it's supposed to be glow in the dark, so it's probably just like a thing on top of it. And I'm just completely overthinking it at this point. The other day I was drawing something where I got told I wasn't allowed to use pure white. It took so long to avoid it. And I see nobody gave a fuck about this rule. Damn. I mean, that's kind of whack though. I don't know why, but that just reminded me of that, that triggered some like deep memories of like, you know, when you do something because you were told to, and then no one else does it, so you just kind of feel like you did it for no reason. I had something in school where, like, for my A levels, like the final exams for German high school, I remember that there was like, for the preparation week we had, one of my German teacher, because I had German in the A levels, he gave us an optional task of like analyzing a specific piece of literature, and then the next day I come to school and I realized, oh wait, no one else did that except for me. Like I was literally the only person that did that like entire literary analysis piece. Guess which fucking piece was in the A levels? The exact one that I did, so it was just like regurgitate. Like, dude, I hated A levels so much because it was just you sit there for like hours and hours. Then especially with that one, I guess I got super lucky that I coincidentally took one of the hundreds of literary like pieces that they could have taken for the A levels. Like I already had experience in it, but that meant that like for the next 3 hours I was just sitting there regurgitating whatever I remember from having analyzed it before. I hate finals, man. Pure white is only illegal when cooking. The unseasoned chicken breast, no. Dude, I've seen oh my god. I have seen people like straight up boil chicken without any seasoning and I just eat it and bruh, that traumatized me, man. Time to ask the deep question now. RGB, CMYK, HB, or hexadecimal? Those are different things. RGB and CMYK are color formats. Hexadecimal is something else entirely. Oh yeah, RGB. I don't even know what HSB is. CMYK is the worst though. I was supposed to sell prints through an online store. The entire thing kind of fell through. But I, out of curiosity and like just to prepare for that, I had to convert a couple of drawings to CMYK. And dude, like, I tend to use more reddish colors, to be fair, in a lot of drawings. I have like a clear bias to reds and warm colors. But in the drawings where I did use blues, which blues suffer in particular with CMYK, because it's, how do I put it? Like, CMYK is very bad at portraying certain colors, because, you know, it's not mixing the colors like RGB with red, green, blue. And yeah, dude, the drawings that I put in there that had blues, just, they looked so depressing, I swear to God. Like, there was one drawing that I did forever ago of Firefly from Honkai Star Rail. Hang on, let me see, maybe I still have the file somewhere. There, wait, this drawing. Wait, let me see, I should have the CMYK, is it you? No, it's not. Why is it not? Wait. I don't have to see my K of it anymore. But yeah, it's basically this entire drawing, but like, you basically just take the saturation and you basically like this. Like, I just turned on the saturation by like quite a lot. And it's basically approximately like this. It was so depressing, man. Thank God that never went through. Man. It's like how to make your art sad looking, yes. I buy breast, but I shred and fry it in a pan, add tomatoes and seasoning. I mean, that's fine. But yeah, it was. CMYK is always so depressing. I do not know of a single artist that doesn't have like a very negative reaction about it. Twitch, it's totally fine, dude. What isn't fine is two women hugging. Apparently. Yes, I'm still salty about it. It didn't get me banned, but it did need a fucking sexual themes content label. Hugging with dude, actually, to be fair, they weren't just hugging, they were hugging and holding hands. Oh no. Haram. hand holding are truly a H artist, yes. Apparently. You can't just show premarital unprotected hand holding. Man. Okay, I think I'm not gonna do any halftones here, because it doesn't make sense for how small the details are. I did a handcam stream where I held Cody's hand once. I'm so lucky I wasn't perma-banned right on spot. I mean, to be fair, that's not premarital. That is, just PDA. Public display of affection. Which is also very frowned upon, of course. You're very glad you didn't get a warning. You're very lucky you didn't get a warning. I don't know what the fuck I just said. I cannot speak today. Almost starting a blue YouTube with this, Jesus Christ. Not the blue YouTube. Facebook gaming. Sorry. I tried to draw Storm today. Ooh? Is that a Marvel Rivals character or something? Or is that a VTuber? I don't know. Storm is a Marvel character. Ah. Yeah, I'm super uncultured about that. Marvel Rivals and stuff is, or like the entire Marvel, anything superhero related, honestly, is completely out of my depth. Like, literally, the only thing that I've ever watched in that regard is Endgames. And that was like for my 18th birthday, actually, I'm pretty sure. She's from X-Men. It's just something that I never really got into. I don't know, I'm both like a fake anime artist, because I've barely watched animes at all. And the ones that I have watched are kinda questionable. Like, I mean, most of the animes that I've watched are like the standards, the normie stuff, like Death Note, or I think I've watched maybe like the first couple of episodes of One Punch Man. And then, like, I think the very first animes I've ever watched, I think it was straight up like, if we ignore the fact that on German television, on certain channels, they would just like randomly broadcast certain anime episodes. If we ignore those for like Dragon Ball and One Piece and stuff like that, because I never actually stuck with those series. I think some of the first animes that I watched were like school days. Because there was like the shock anime to watch and recommend your friends, and then, haha, they accidentally watched it, and whoo. Hello, Livid. Anyway, she's very pretty, but I found it hard to draw her. I mean, since you're a beginner, it'll get easier with time, genuinely. Like, I remember when I started with art, yeah, actually, like, paradoxically, when I started with art, I drew a lot of, like, draw this in your style kind of events. Because you basically already have something to draw. But you just draw it in your own style, or like with your own preference and stuff. So it helped me with the fact that when I started with art, I was uncreative as fuck. I just had like no imagination, or like no goals yet. After also, do you do the dot thing? It's called halftones. I just got brushes for that. The ones that I got are, at least the brush names say dotty tones version 2. But yeah, you can probably just find them in the Clip Studio asset store. So yeah, I did not hand paint the dots. Thank God. That's cool. Yeah. Not something I've done before. But it's cool to try out. And probably important if you do anything related to printing. Like, I don't know, anything manga related or webtoon, webcomic, whatever it's called. That's like I was thinking that fishnets were all hand drawn. Nah. You usually just blah 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 blah. You usually just. I mean, with fishnets, to be fair, if you want to put in the effort, you could draw fishnets, since they're not as tight as like stockings. Like, you're not gonna draw every single individual fiber in a stocking. You would just use a pattern for that. Whereas with fishnets, it's still like loose enough that you could hand draw them. Or even if you do use assets, I always recommend to still add it and try to add as much like hand drawn aspects to it as possible. Smakko, thank you for the follow. I don't know when I missed your follow an hour ago. Sorry, I completely lost it if you're still here. And Loki, thank you for the follow too. What was I? Yeah, even if you do use assets, I always recommend to still try and edit, adjust, and such. Because honestly, you can really tell when people just use assets and they don't adjust them at all. It just looks very flat most of the time and very repetitive unless you know how to, you know, edit, adjust, all that jazz. I got a new keyboard I like a lot. Nice. But yeah, for example, fishnets too. Because the individual like threads, strands, fibers, whatever you want to call them, of fishnets are like so far apart, it really lends itself to you taking the extra bit of time to add little skin colored indentations for where the fishnet fibers or strands, whatever, would dig into the skin. Actually, Sky above me, an artist on Twitter, has a drawing somewhere if you scroll through her media where she did that, and it looks really good. Like a yes, kinda like a ham. Good comparison, yeah. You know, like it'll obviously take time, but it will really add to the depth it has. I mean, you know, like if it helps you visualize it or conceptualize it, it's perfectly valid. For real. Like if I'm allowed to say that for me a lot of body parts are just balls. You thinking of fishnets as or fishnets indenting skin as ham, that valid. Wow, I just got a glimpse of from the stream preview. This insane. Thank you. Oh, so welcome. Respectfully looking, of course. Dude, I don't want to know what the stream preview looks like when I'm like literally in here. Like I'm like listen, you know, I'm over here struggling for my life. My brain is running on like 90% capacity trying to think of how the fuck do I make this look good? How do I render this? Meanwhile, viewers can just sit there, relax. Ah, yes, wonderful. Wait, I missed all the messages. Eh. So we can get to the sticker to put on cups anyways. In the moments. I mean, I, I'm not sponsored. I don't know what to tell you. This is not gonna be a cup unless fucking I don't know magic happens. Yeah. I'm drawing for fun, how long do you think I should spend on sketch? If I'm drawing for fun, how long do you think I should spend on sketch? As much as you want to spend on it. I know it sounds like a duh kind of comment, but genuinely, if you're just drawing for fun, draw things for as long as they're fun. Like, you do not have anyone or anything that should be pressuring you to only spend a certain amount of time on it. If you're talking from like a practice standpoint, from like a study and wanting to optimize your learning standpoint, I wouldn't say a number, I would just say try and get faster at it. Or try and see how long you usually take when it's something that you haven't drawn before. If you're sketching something completely new, like you have no previous experience, and something that you have sketched before, you will notice that that's a lot quicker usually. Including redrawing over it multiple times, fix previous attempts for trying to line out it, then color. With line art, 2. Depends on your preference. You can totally have one very messy sketch and then immediately get into line art if you feel comfortable doing that and have the experience to properly do line art out of like a messy sketch. Like I know some artists, they have like just splotches and they manage to just sculpt the line art out of it. I need way more, like, I do this thing where like I just do one sketch, but I clean the sketch as I go, and the more sure that I get about certain parts, to the point that in the end it's so clean that I can just use it as line art. It really just depends on what you're comfortable with. What do you mean? It looks amazing already, thank you. Where can I buy this? Use code AKU at nowhere because I'm not sponsored. I'm very sorry, it's not gonna be sold anywhere. Yet. Huh. I would happily get fired for having this on a cup at work. God damn. I feel honored. Honored to be the reason that you would get fired. Paging gamer subs right now. I mean, don't actually like bother them or anything like that about it. I can try once I'm done with this to maybe get in contact with them. And I think even then, I don't even know what like the conditions are for getting your own cup and stuff. Like from what I know, it's something that like you can get your own cup if you have enough sales using your code or something. At least that's like what I understood from the other people partnered with them. Now I don't think Roswell has a code, right? I can't have one due to tax reasons. What? Yeah, please DM me about it, because I was actually thinking of getting one. Oh. Wait, I missed so many messages. I'm really sorry about being so responding. I have a question. How do I slow myself down? I feel like my piece come out better if I slow down a bit, but I'm still the ADHD boy. That's something that you need to figure out why you tend to try and go as fast as possible. And try and see if there's something you can do to naturally go against it. Not to force yourself, but for example, if you end up spending more time on a drawing, if it's particularly challenging, for example, or if it has a lot of details, then like try to find something that lets you stick to drawing more, maybe. OC character, but by the way, our OC is Rosebell. We have a who command, which I rarely but sometimes do keep updated. Hear me all gamers of time with the hand flipping the words made of peanuts. I'm pretty sure. No. You have to have sales code, then with enough cups you get a cup sales you get a tab. Ah. At a call with CEO, text advisor due on Tuesday, it's a long explanation. Since I get a lot of my income from art, I'm a freelancer with promo codes or influencer stuff, which is business. Different tax bracket, and I have to register that. Which is a business. Wait, I'm probably gonna have to ask you off stream about it, because I'm a business. I'm a business. I mean, like, I have registered business under my name. Because for me, my thingamajiggy, my Gemeinde, my local municipality or something, they just like looked at my description of what I do and they just said, yeah, social media advisor and content manager. So I just have a normal ass business. Business. I'm not a Gewerbe. Ah, you're not a Gewerbe? By the way, just side tangent. This stuff sucks to explain in English because there's so many words that in English are just business. Like Gewerbe is business. Unternehmen, business. Kleinunternehmen, business. I guess small business if you want to specify. Okay, that's wild. So I lose tons of money, just get a little bit of money from one promo code. Or is he gonna move again? Sure, they get cucked by the tax authority this hard of like 3 months. Dude, I cannot blame anyone in Germany for moving, especially content creators or anyone self-employed. Shit sucks. Beyond any reason. Like, total. I 100%, if I ever end up getting enough money through like self-employment, like art, streaming, content creation, which I am gonna get into soon, I would immediately move to Switzerland. Because Jesus Christ, it sucks to do taxes as a self-employed person in Germany. Like, not doing taxes, but like everything around it. Freiberufler, a lot of artists want to move to Switzerland simply due to tax reasons. I mean, it's both tax reasons, but also every single person that I know lived in Switzerland or moved to Switzerland from Germany or any other place, they all describe Switzerland as Germany +1. Like, it's just Germany, but just a bit better in all the aspects. Like, the living costs and stuff are higher, the taxes aren't necessarily lower, but you have way more things that you can deduct from your taxes. Like, even you saving money for things you want to buy in the future, as far as I understood, you can deduct from taxes. And then just like a lot of city design tends to be better. And all that jazz. Can you move to Switzerland with no issues? It's Schengen but not EU, right? I'm not sure about that. I'm Listen, I might have a deeper voice, but I'm young as fuck. I am unexperienced as hell. I have never had to move somewhere in my life. Um, Even me being in the US was just like a year abroad type thing. I don't know how moving to Switzerland works at all. But I have to imagine it's not that hard. True topic in the chat, but got a dip actually. Nice, thank you. I actually enjoy your luck. Oh, thanks for dropping by. And hello, Nixa. Did you get a job there? Nope. I mean, that's like the other thing. I would also move to Switzerland if I got a job there, actually. Because then, like, even if the cost of living are higher there, you also earn more. So it evens itself out. Message. Just read Onia to move Switzerland from Germany about a year ago, whom you could ask. I know. I literally remember her husband on stream when he was still streaming, talking about the entire move and how they planned it and stuff. And I'm also mutual with her, so I could ask, yeah. Issues we have housing crisis due to everyone wanting to move here, and also all old Swiss people are very xenophobic, which is why there's no culture. Unfortunately, it's the same in Germany. It's quite difficult to get a job here. It's difficult to get a job anywhere. Like, that's anywhere. Most of at least the Western world, from what I know. You cannot deter me from that plan. Don't worry. I got patience. And I don't have a job here either. I struggled the last couple of months despite having the qualification. I have so few layers and I still manage to use the wrong layer. It's okay, I need Mars friends here anyway. Uh, my aunt and uncle were biomedical engineers in Minnesota, but that's a war zone. Yeah. But yeah, kinda the I don't know, Germany is very Germany really likes its bureaucracy, which kind of results in a lot of things being very hard to get into and very hard to do properly. As in, you're not gonna eventually get fined $1 billion. That's why, like, for example, I can't offer drawings as prints or posters and stuff. Because Jesus Christ, the package laws in Germany are apparently beyond awful. So instead, I would have to sell prints through other stores. And yeah, like, what are the options there? There's like Imprint, which is crowded with AI bullshit. Or trying to get in with like some of the like VTuber merch stores where like the issue is therefore VTubers selling merch of themselves, which wouldn't be the case for me. Like, I've drawn myself like once. Like I did try to work something out with a company a while ago. And yeah, you know, I've been ghosted since October. Yeah. And like, I don't know, I just keep hearing of like other companies being very unprofessional. Like, I just very recently saw another company that had issues with like a lot of people calling them out for lying about payments and stuff like that. I'm on the wrong layer again. How do I even do that? I have like 5 layers that I'm using that are so clearly labeled, but I almost do it again. I still manage to get the wrong layers all the time. Sure, remember that drawing of yourself that was kind of hot. Thank you. I don't know when I'm gonna draw myself again, not gonna lie. Because I don't know. Men don't do well when I draw them. Because, you know, most people don't follow me for drawing men. Not drawing on the wrong layer is impossible unless, of course, you only work with one layer. Wait, you're a genius. I need to start doing that. What the fuck is that emote? Just visualizing you, I guess. You know, in the worst case, you can gender bend yourself. Yeah, that's something I was considering. That I could make a gender bend version of myself. Not just like a full-on one-to-one, but I suddenly have boobage and female proportions. But I would kind of invest a little bit more effort into designing. Also because I haven't designed a character since... Yeah, since literally I designed my own character, which at this point is so long ago. Because yeah, that's something that I've been thinking about. Thinking. That's something that I've been thinking about. That, you know, if I ever got sponsored, wink wink, and I would have merch or something like that, I would probably still want some of my character, like, you know, the little guy in the bottom right, of course, not the chibi version, but still. But I'd also probably like, just for like, I don't know, I totally get that most people that follow me, since I primarily draw women and VTubers, that they wouldn't want merch of a guy. That I'd probably prefer to have some merch or prints and stuff like that of me, but gender bent. For marketability and all that jazz. Also, I need to draw my mascot more. I realize. And I have to think of... We are thinking... Yeah, I was thinking of maybe even, like, referencing that one specifically. To the fucking... We are thinking. What are you thinking about? I have a mascot as a white snake. Check the emotes. Wait, you remember... Wait. No, I think you're thinking of the white... I think you're thinking... I think you're probably thinking of the white snake in the drawing of myself, but that's not the mascot. That was just like for Year of the Snake. Wait. Where's the drawing? There. The little guy. Like, I even have some emotes of him if you check the emotes real quick. Where Proline designed him forever ago. Where do I have the rough sheet of the little guy? Mascot, there. A little guy. You're just a little guy. Was the snakes on your cup of the PNG too? Now that one predates it all by quite a lot. Back then, like way back, I did have a snake as a placeholder mascot for the emotes and stuff. I think at this point I only have... the emotes left somewhere if I can find it. Hang on, let me see. I might have them on a separate hard drive, let me check. Okay, I'm checking my separate hard drive. Because I have an art folder there with like a lot of stuff that I've deleted from my main drive. And I just realized that in my art folder of my previous hard drive, I have a folder called comms for commissions. It's empty. Oh, well, that's just depressing. Hang on. I just saw it somewhere. There. That was like way back when I was using this character as like a persona thing. But yeah, that was like me sending a file over to an artist for emotes. The one's also the one on the cup. But yeah, that's like forever ago. Abandoned. Sorry. I want a plush of it someday. In a couple of years, maybe. I think I've never consciously seen that thing. I mean, to be fair, it's only that one drawing where I've drawn them and emotes. Snakes are hard to make cute, though. Yeah. You just make the eyes humongous. And try to somehow make it smile. But yeah, that was just like a placeholder temporary mascot. That being said, I also do not have a name for the current mascot. Actually. Oh no, I just never thought of anything actually. I don't get banned, nah. See, I was on stream the other day, I have to nothing of that Snake Girl clip with the random chatter. No. I wish I could afford comes from Arc. Nah, don't worry. I totally understand to like both in most places for most people money is tight and everything. I totally get that. And that also being said, I know my commissions cost a decent chunk. Ugh, unfortunately, I can't even go lower with them. Because technically speaking, with how much I'm charging for the commissions, if I would get commissions, I would actually be working way under minimum wage. I was thinking of maybe offering much cheaper commissions so more people can afford them. But then obviously they wouldn't be like full administrations because Jesus Christ, no time. Ah, yeah, it's been almost 3 hours. My voice is on its way out. And also, like, by the way, just in case, like, I didn't mean to say that for like pity or anything like that. As I said, I totally understand that most people just aren't in a spot where they could commission art. Never mind that, like, you know, most people don't have their own OC and whatever. Uh, I still support and I still appreciate any and all support. I can't speak, man. Like, you're just being here is more than enough for me, actually. I like having company. That's kind of why, ultimately, I think my main goal with like commissions and stuff. Sorry, let me drink something real quick. That's why, like, ultimately, that really didn't even help my voice all that much, not gonna lie. Ultimately, I think my main goal with commissions would be to reach a point similar to Rosebell, or I think, I'm not entirely sure if Praline is at that point, but to reach a point where I could consistently stuck in ad prison. Yahweh. Actually, you know what? Since most people are probably at prison, let me drink water, of course. Enjoy your $0.01 from us. I mean, Twitch ads are bad, but it's not that bad. I think. I haven't checked my thingies in forever. How much do I get from ads? Wait, if I run. Wait. 15 minutes of ad break is 47 cents. How much is that per? I don't know this. Anyways. I hate ads, they're gross. Yeah, I really don't like them too. I really hope that Twitch continues to improve on like the alternative ad options. Like they occasionally, at least for me, I will, instead of regular ads that just like completely drown out the entire stream, I will instead get like the old YouTube pop-ups like at the bottom of the screen. Or I've only had like audio ads once where like you will still have the screen in like full screen, so to speak, but you instead have the audio of an ad playing, kind of like a Spotify ad, basically, which is kind of disruptive, but you know, something different at least. Like the ones that I like the most were like you still have the full stream going, you just have like the full ad video playing in the corner at the bottom right above the chat. I really hope they add more of those kind of things, because yeah, ads are just so incredibly disruptive. But yeah, now that they're gone, I have forgotten what I wanted to talk about. Cool. I can't remember what I wanted to say. Uh, right. I think like my main goal with commissions in the end would be something like Rosebell or I think Praline, I'm not entirely sure or have reached, where I could primarily rely on commercial commissions for like the really big people. Which of course that's like a pipe dream, I know. But I was just thinking that like ultimately for streams that would be the best thing. Because it's of people that you know. So there would be a lot of people that are excited to see what their favorite streamer or VTuber or whatever is gonna get as like merch, design or whatever. Um is that Rosie? Yes. I'm working on a Shaker Cup design mock-up banner. Yes. But also because like commercial commissions have like this benefit that compared to personal commissions, it's almost the same amount of work, but you get paid way more for it. So I I honestly don't think I know a single artist from a Western country that is able to sustain themselves off of commissions, personal commissions specifically. Because the math just isn't mathing. Like I think I told it on stream too at some point that I just for fun calculated like how much would I have to work in terms of like commissions and stuff to sustain myself. And it was like completely impossible numbers. Like I would have to work, what was it? 60 hours a week, I think, just drawing. That's assuming I either that's like already all the time. No, wait. Yeah, 60 hours per week. That's not considering like time to talk with clients and stuff like that. I would need like between 4 and 12 commissions in a month, which I've gotten a 0 in months. So that the math isn't mathing there. But yeah, like I don't know if any artists that live off their art, unless they're already at the point where they primarily do commercial commissions. That isn't from typically Eastern countries, like the Eastern world, Southeast Asia and stuff like that. Or from South America, where like they have a massive currency advantage. Like if they're able to charge in dollars and then the conversion rate just absolutely saves them. Hang on, I don't like the shadows on the fingers actually. Something commissions for cheap. Yeah. Hello. Very peak Rosebell. Thank you. Taxes are easy for last year, Zero Cubs. Hey. Like, I'm gonna have to do taxes from what I understood. I have to hand it in by summer for 2025. And dude, I mean, I'm still also at the size where they don't expect me to hand in like all the invoice and stuff. They just want me to do an EUR, a German Lessons with Aku, a Einkommensüberschussrechnung. which is basically just how much did you earn, how much did you lose, what's the total. That's it. And for me, that's actually it's unironically in the negatives just because of how much I have to, like how much small expenses I have, which like, you wouldn't think about, but you know, like the costs for the bank accounts for the business and stuff. And you know, technically like a lot of other stuff for streaming, you know. Pardon me. EP. I was going to say Gesundheit too, but couldn't spell it. It's the thought that counts. No, that sounds about right, honestly. Depending on tax count and everything, it seems possible 60 hours, right? Yeah. I could try it from both approaches of like, I mean, just like straight up as I said earlier, technically with my current commission prices on this, I have a commission that has some kind of commercial license. Like, they're gonna use it on stream, or they're gonna sell it as posters, or they're gonna sell it as merchandise. Like, assuming personal use, I would work for less than minimum wage. It's like just calculating off of that. I think with minimum wage, working 40 hours a week is like the minimum to live, basically. Unless, of course, you do something like shared apartments, or you have a spouse, or like a partner of any kind. Or children, that also lowers tax. I mean, I guess if you work minimum wage full time, I don't think you. Do you pay taxes? How much is that in a year? I can't remember. And I mean, I guess if you have a child, you're gonna pay way more just to feed the child than you actually save in taxes, so never mind. Yeah, everyone can't lose money on the table. Sad. Yeah, that's rough. True, I can find hot girlfriend that can pay for everything. Yeah, I need my sugar mom or sugar dad or glucose guardian that is going to sponsor me like a medieval era artist. They're gonna pay for all of my living expenses. In turn, I just have to draw them. The life. Is that Roswell? Yes. And hello, Dago. I'm trying to draw like a mock-up shaker cup design. Technically, me working at making art prints get us subsidies for childcare, so we make money that way. Ah. And hello, Löwenheim. How did all of the Roswell viewers find my stream? What happened? I'm gonna be so for real. I have no idea what to do with the little shit. United for the mountains. God damn. I think they contacted me after I did cell shaded drawing that I posted a year ago, so I think they're looking for cell shaded style for those cups. I mean, yeah, could be. Like, I just analyzed a bunch of the previous cup designs, and based off of them, try to draw something like it. And yeah, like from what I can tell, for the cup designs, they're only allowed to use cell shading. Or like they're only allowed to use 4 colors, 4 grayscale colors, and halftone printing. Which, not gonna lie, I did not know what halftone printing was until I actually just tried googling gradient with dots and then found out. Because they can't print 2 detail shades, so that's simple cell shaded. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, like from where they had like a little sheet somewhere. Where did I put it? There. Like I just looked at a bunch of them, also Roosevelt's, Lamo. And they seem not to be able to like do opacity and stuff. They're kind of limited to like transparency and 4 colors. A lot of the shading is cell shading and the halftone gradients. Like it's pretty consistent everywhere. I have no idea why, but she somehow has yellow. And like I have this exact cup at home, looked at it and realized, yeah, it's just yellow. Like this kind of yellow. No idea how they did that. Oh yeah, I'm just kind of whoopsie. I control W fat finger that. Accidentally closed it. But yeah, I'm just trying to kind of imitate something like that. For practice, because I don't know. The last time that I've done any cell shading was like actually years ago for like a tiny birthday piece, which I promptly deleted afterwards. I think including the file. Yeah. Löwenheim posted your Twitch and self-promo on Discord, on Rosie's Discord. Mixer. Actually snitching. Ah ja. It's not snitching if they are in trouble. But maybe they feel shy about it or something. Who knows? Rosie said you were making good stuff. She was right. Thank you. Wait, the little shit also has a bell. Rosie is really living up to the name Rosebell, I swear. I mean, to be fair, Like, not that her character design is hard, not at all, or that I'm complaining. But her design is kinda, because she has white clothing, it's different to like all the other cup designs where you would just take white as the skin color and then you have two in-betweens to black. And then she also has gold on top of that, which is... But I'm pretty sure if I can actually draw her, I would be fine with any other character. If I ever get commissioned for something like that. My business email is in my socials, I mean, what? No, I am in trouble with myself, though. You're fine, though. I appreciate it, actually. Thank you. What do you think about tracing 3D model for drawing, not commercially? Has its use cases. As always, it's not like a straight black and white yes, no. I do think 3D models of any kind... Okay, hang on. Specifically for characters. I would say are fine as long as it's not a crutch for you, but it's a support. It's an actual tool. It's totally fine. 3D environments, I think, are fine to use even more. Like, I know a lot of artists that use Blender, for example, to create entire 3D environments that they then paint over, or even just partially paint over. Because to be fair with those kind of things, usually, if you create a 3D environment in Blender, that's like an entire art process in and of itself, not gonna lie. Unless you're stealing assets from somewhere, which... But yeah, like character models, I think is fine, as long as it's not a crutch. I do see it as problematic, not in terms of like legality or anything like that, but in terms of like furthering your own skills. When you really rely on it as a crutch, and if you don't know the anatomy to fix it, because 3D models, especially for characters, have the issue that they're not really all that realistic. Like an issue that most 3D character models have, like especially the posable ones on Eclipse Studio and all those softwares, is that their joints are absolutely fucked. Maybe if you find like a dedicated one, I think Artagon, an artist, made a mannequin once. I'm not entirely sure how good it is though. But usually like the shoulder parts don't really make sense. Same with like there tends to not be a collarbone area, stuff like that. And the movability of them tends to be quite limited. Which, if you're already experienced, you know how to fix it. You know how to use them in a way that doesn't hold you back. It's 3D model meant for that, like CSP, it's fine. Doesn't even matter if it's for... Ah, right, actually, right. Sorry, the specific question was about tracing. It would actually still kind of be what I just talked about, that, like... It's okay if it's not holding you back. And I do honestly think with tracing in general, it is the worst use of your time. Like, I personally, and I seem to not be in a majority with that opinion, you're almost always better off, instead of tracing, doing anything else, like a structural breakdown instead of tracing, or something like quick poses and such instead of tracing. In my opinion, is always better, or a better use of your time. Sort of like vibe coding versus coding. I'm not experienced enough with coding and stuff to judge any of that. Like, I know the absolute basics in coding, but I actually have no idea what vibe coding really means. So I can't really say. That's what I have in mind, because anatomy hard, and exactly then I wouldn't use it. Because that just sounds like using it as a crutch. It's totally fine if, for example, you're trying to do a really hard perspective or something like that, to then grab it to see what it should look like. When Capsuri Paint, for example, specifically has, like, I think it's called manga perspective, where it exaggerates perspectives quite a lot. I totally get doing that. But if you're already saying you're gonna do it because anatomy hard, you're using it as a crutch, which, like, I don't know, from a moral or legal quote-unquote standpoint, it's probably whatever, as long as you're not plagiarizing anyway. From a learning standpoint, you're gonna waste your time and you're just gonna hold yourself back. Tracing can actually be really helpful in determining shadow shapes from a reference to. I guess. I mean, that would just be something I'd say study through observation skills. Or I guess I just do that as part of structural breakdowns. Maybe that's why I'm not too fond of the idea, but I don't know. Oh, so hang on, did I miss a message? Yeah, bear with me. Nah. Okay. But yeah, I don't know, I'm just personally really not a fan of the idea of tracing. Not because of anything like, no, you should never do it because bad, stealing, but just even from like a basic, it tends to just always be not worth your time. Like, if it's anatomy related, do a structural breakdown. Like, you can probably just Google structural breakdown. Honestly, I think there's a lot of videos on it. Basically, super quickly, because I don't want to spend too much time on it. Structural breakdowns would be, you have a picture, please not art. Ideally, always take real life, because art is stylization. That's another thing you have to learn. But when it comes to basic anatomy, you should ideally start with real anatomy, and then to add on to that, you take drawings to see stylized anatomy. So you understand why people make certain things look in a certain way. But it's like step 2, ideally. But basically, like, structural breakdown is you have a picture. Let's assume this was a picture, because I'm too lazy to get an example out. You would try to kind of deconstruct it into simple shapes. Like, head. There's like the middle line. Eyes. Okay, I absolutely fucked the head shape. But you would kind of try to simplify it into shapes. So that's the head. Here's the torso. You can see it goes from, like, here are the collarbones. They connect like that. You think about where the ribs would go. So it's somewhere like down here. Obviously, they connect on the sides. Something like that. You have the middle line here. It dips in for the stomach. You have the, like, hips again. More like that. They connect somewhere in the back there. Something like that. Ta-da, you have a box. You would have a joint here for the leg. You have the, crotch there. Same thing again here. There's a joint. Ta-da. And then at the end, you basically... How do I turn it all off? You would have a breakdown through which you can kind of see how the body is constructed. And like, if you do this often enough, you will start to see like the patterns, or you will see points at which you construct these boxes when you see a reference. And like, that stuff, like, you can obviously like take it and essentially I did quote unquote trace over it, but it was with more of an analytical intent. If I would have instead gone and just, actually followed all the lines, that wouldn't have helped me at all. Or like very, very little compared to actually doing the structure breakdown. Because like just following this line is barely doing anything except for maybe like motor skills. Stuff like, okay, you would be able to tell this is one stroke, flip, that's another stroke, that's another stroke. Like, you would kind of get the mechanical impression of what is done, but not the actual understanding of how it's constructed. That's why I'm kind of so against tracing, because it just seems like a waste of time. And I know too many people that end up relying on it as a crutch, not to use like slippery slope as an argument, but what would then stop you from, AI art doesn't belong to anyone, so tracing is fine, because no one is hurt. Yeah, but no. Because then you end up with an issue that you're artificially faking your skill. Which, in and of itself, is just, you're kind of lying to everyone, including yourself potentially. If you actually get that far that you get commissions, you're low-key scamming your commissioners. Tracing is good, but never really rely on it too much. Good to learn from, but not good to use entirely. Yeah, that too. Like, I guess one thing where it is a lot more fine, but then again, it's part of structural breakdowns, is if you, for example, need to draw a hand and you take a picture of your own hand and you actually like copy paste the picture of your hand into a drawing, and then again you do the thing of like structure breakdown / tracing, like, because a hand is so delicate, you need to be very close to the lines, so then it is basically tracing at that point. But if you still break it down into like the individual segments of the finger, you will have more of an understanding of how that stuff works, which will help you in the future if you ever have to draw a hand again. But yeah. Structure breakdown, drawing shape lines and shadow shapes to help understand what is going on. So you could do similar breakdown for 3D model basically as a base and go from there. That could be good. Yeah. Just as I said, with a bit of caution, ideally use IRL references if you find anything. Second would be 3D models, yeah, and then third would be other people's art. Yeah, because 3D models, as I said, have the issue that their joints aren't realistic at all. They're basically all ball joints with some restrictions, which is not real life. Or even if they are like proper joints, like for example, the Clip Studio Paint models, their joints have some limitations, so they're more realistic. But the thing is, if you, on a Clip Studio Paint model, or most models even, if you take, for example, the shoulder joints and you twist the arm upwards, I shouldn't draw on the drawing. If you take the 3D model's arm, rotate it upwards, this entire region is not going to adapt properly, including the armpit. Because if you look into the mirror and you raise your arm, you're gonna see that the entire collarbone or the entire shoulder thing would shift up. Your collarbone drastically shifts position and your back muscles too. A 3D model is not gonna do that. So anything that is more moving is gonna have some issues. Which ideally you have the anatomical experience to know where the issues are, to see what is wrong. And yeah. My voice is dying. I actually might have to end stream soon, because I don't want to spend the entire rest of stream now talking like this the entire time, because it low-key is easier to talk. Your voice always dying. I feel, nah, it's just, I can't shut the fuck up. So like, after just like 2-3 hours in a stream, my voice dies. Or starts to die. It's been 3.5. Thanks for the hydrogen stretch. Yeah. Aku is a yappy-bara. When yapping is so good, but the voice like, nah, yeah. I just need to stream more, yap more, so my voice gets a bit stronger. Because I do think that like my main issue as well on like why my voice is dying is the fact that on an average day I don't talk. Like I barely talk, maybe just to my parents. Something unemployment deluxe version. So you know, if you barely use your voice on a day-to-day basis, it always is gonna start to get weak over time. And then especially because my dad is currently at home, he has some like wrist issues because of which he can't work for a while. Because he's home, I cannot do my usual like vocal exercises and singing exercises. So my voice is just degrading over time. Been lurking. Thank you. Appreciate it. Time to do vocal warm-ups before stream. Okay, I even before didn't do them before stream, but I would still like regularly do exercises off stream, which really helped in like strengthening my voice, but yeah. Oh no, you could consult that on a boobot. Haha! I think you're underestimating how conservative my parents are. It is of utmost imperative that they never see what I draw. I mean, actually, maybe. Nah, never mind. It's probably gonna be something where, like, they're not gonna take it serious at all until I start earning enough money for them to be impressed. So, yeah, never mind. I also prefer the current thing of, like, they know that I seem to be doing something serious. And that like they've seen that I go to conventions, so it seems like there's something going on, but they can't understand what. And I like that makes them kind of stay away, just feel like there's something going on. If they actually see, ah, not good. Might you already do those? I would if I didn't have people at home. I never did that until I started getting these vocal cord issues because of viral infection. Oh no. Yeah, I read a little bit about it in your Discord, but not like the exact specifics. I hope things are gonna get better soon. I don't know if you can answer that, but are you going any MUC? I don't even know what that is, so probably not. Nah, the only conventions that I go to are Dokumi. Because that's like the convention where all of the artists go to. So it's like one of the only times I can actually see most artists. And yeah, I also do have the issue of like, I'm a fake anime enjoyer. Like, I go to conventions for people, not for actually spending too much money. I can't with how stupid it looks, man. What would it even sound like? For real? Like, what kind of noises would it make? Cause homie is just sitting there like. Casual enjoy is nice. You got more time for stuff like that. No brain cell phone, dude, this. Lights on, but no one's home. Can't, man. The little guy's just head empty, yeah, it's... He's just happy to be there. I gotta get ready for work, but nice chatting with you. Good luck at work. Thanks for hanging out. And sleep well, I think? Or do you have a night shift? In any case, good luck. I work 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central Time. I can't remember which time zone you're from. Because it's like 8 p.m. over here. So I can't tell if you're very far in the east or very far in the west. CST. Ow. I didn't read the Central Time. Thanks for pointing out. Then again, I have no idea which part of the US is US Central Time, not gonna lie. I only know that it's like 6 hours to Ohio. Because that's where I lived and that's it. But I'm slowly working on ideas for my own art also so I can share. Time zones continue to elude. I like listen, we have GMT, Greenwich Mean Time, which is like peak. Because you can always just say, hey, I'm GMT +1. And people will know, okay, if someone is GMT +1 and I'm GMT +2, they're an hour behind. And where's GMT? It's Greenwich, which is London. Well, close to London, you get what I mean. The UK. Like it's already designed to be easy. CST is GMT -6. Okay, see, now I know I'm GMT +1. So CST is 7 hours behind me. So it's, and then because I have extremely basic understanding of geography, I know it's somewhere west of Ohio. So it's like central of the US. Science. I'm in GMT -5. Yeah, and see, then I know you're in the same time zone as my Ohio family members. So you're probably somewhere in a vertical line from Ohio-ish. Yeah. Like, even with me not actually knowing most of the US states except for Ohio, uh, New York, California, Hawaii. Those are like the only ones I can point out on the map. And Michigan, maybe. Or more east. Yeah, I mean, time zones are pretty large. So more east or a little bit more west. I noticed lately, I've been thinking about maybe playing Hytale, not gonna lie. Because I've had this itch for my... I've had this itch for Minecraft for quite a while. I know everyone is playing Hytale all the time. And I'm just sitting here like, my sandbox building game. I need. I am actually surprised that like we even got Hytale at all with like their entire history, game development history. Don't go into the mines, 8-legged freaks crawl in there. Is that supposed to be encouraging or discouraging? You're telling me there's more freaks in there? My fellow freakers? Discouraging, I hate spiders. Like, just hate or arachnophobia? Because I have an artist friend who has straight up arachnophobia. And it's actually pretty bad because they just can't play certain games that they otherwise would. Like, what was it called? Wukong? There's like one scene where there's like entire floods of spiders. And for them, it's like someone with arachnophobia that's instant death. one more art question. Where do you pick a character to draw a fan art off if you don't want to draw any in particular but want to draw? How do you pick a character to draw fan art off if you don't want to draw any in particular but want to draw? I don't. Period. I draw people because I want to draw them. Now, sometimes it's like I want to draw a person or a character, and I think of the idea. Other times it's actually I have an idea and then I try to find a character that suits it. But even then, it's like I actually do want to draw the character or like that person or whatever. If you really have no one that you want to draw, make your own character that you do want to draw. And I think like most artists that I know at least, they draw characters because they either like the worlds of wherever the character's from, or they like specific characters. Of course, if there's no like series or game or anything like that that you're particularly interested in, or any content creators that you're like interested in drawing, and you just have to, you know, if there's no if there's no motivation to find in the world around you, you either broaden your horizons to find it or make your own motivation. Oh, also arachnophobia have reasons. Argon chat, I have to go into work. I've been listening for the past 40 minutes, but I need to talk in for some uni stuff, so I have to mute soon. Okay. Good luck with uni work, and thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your look. Although I do think I have to end stream in just a bit. I thought I'd get a little bit further. Start the hair and stuff. I also haven't done anything with the big wing. The big chicken wing. And like the horns. And then just hair. And should be done except for cleaning up. I might just do another stream then, actually. Because I think that's still gonna take a considerable amount. Is it edible? I don't know. You'd have to ask her. I haven't tried it yet. Actuate yet. Yes, yet. Actually, that just reminded me of like in Honkai Star Rail, there was a character that had wings, like attached to the sides of their head. And I don't know why at all, but for some reason it became like a meme that a lot of artists drew. That like if you detach the wings, they Like, there were two memes that I saw. One of them was that, like, if you detach the wings, it's basically just chicken wings. Or the other one was, like, drawing that character as a baby, and then, like, the wings were actually, like, tiny little chicken wings. Like, just attached to the heads, and it was so cursed. I swear to God, like, every time I opened Twitter, it was, like, the most cursed shit for so long. If I'm ever gonna design a character that has angel wings, it's gonna be the canon lore. It's actually just chicken wings. And ads again. Twitch, I swear to God, why? Okay, enough now, but it was nice watching Jen here. Till next time. Okay. Thanks for dropping by. Enjoy the rest of your day. Frills binoculars, dude. I don't like frills, man. They're pretty and all, but holy. Okay, I'm not entirely sure of the frills. For example, if I should... Ba, 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 ba. How do I do the frills? I'm kind of thinking I could either cell shades, but probably better would be half toning it. Something like that. Yeah, okay, it looks good. Never mind. Can we even call it a miniskirt at this point, a microskirt, non-skirt, non-skirt skirt, a peak or skirt? I'm pretty. I would just say it's like. Hang on, I need to look at the reference. Are them cheeks out? Wait, they're not. Wait, were booty shorts the ones where the butt cheeks peek out, or where it just perfectly didn't peek out? Well, anyways, it's like that thing where it's like frills at the end, so it's not. Yeah, like looking at the ref, it's probably not too understandable in my drawing, but she has a proper crotch. Like the crotch is protected by the shorts. And these are just at the ends of the basically non-existent short leg. I forgot how to speak there for a second, sorry. Like the leg thing. Yeah. Adam cheeks. In the ref, they're covered. To be fair as well, I think it's just like with the post that I went with. You can't really tell because it's all like bunched up a little bit, so it looks more like a skirt actually. Pant legs, it's just it's just a whole but you know that thingy. Wait, I think this is gonna look nice. And it's rare for me to say something like that. Ooh. I bet it costs a ludicrous amount of money to buy clothing, like for all women's clothes. Yeah. The less fabric, the more expensive somehow. Yeah, but also like... What is it called? The pink tax or something? Like women's articles in general tend to be more expensive. Because they know they can get away with it. Same with stuff like razors. I mean, at least nowadays it's more common knowledge for women to just buy men's razors because they're almost exactly the same, sometimes even better, but they cost way less than women's razors. And yeah, to be fair with clothing though, there's a lot of sheer, is that what it's called? There's actually like a piece that I decided to go with artistic liberty, and I'm saying it's perfectly hidden underneath certain assets. She has like lace. Hang on, I can quickly show her on stream. I have the references up here. And there. Like she has even more like sheer. Did I say lace earlier? I meant sheer. Like sheer thingies attached to the top. And like, you know, with how many different types of sheer that is, that would probably cost quite a lot. But yeah. And then yeah, in general, for some reason, they charge quite a lot for women's clothing. Speaking of costing a lot, I was thinking to try and cut my own hair. Partially because, Jesus Christ, I dislike going to a hairdresser. But also, I was just thinking that, like, I totally appreciate the work that hairdressers do. don't get me wrong. But like particularly for me as a dude, I just need the hair cut shorter. Period. Nothing else. And then like I really would like to save that money. And like just for practical reasons, being able to cut my own hair. Instead of like making appointments, paying like $30 for what is essentially just like, if you know what you're doing, it's just like separating the hair into strands and then cutting it a couple of times, shaving my sides, done. Like I have a side cut, undercut, whatever it's called. I appreciate them too, but do I appreciate paying $65 every day? Yeah, I do not want to imagine for a woman. And you know, like the thing that, I mean, as I said, I totally appreciate them and everything. But like, why does getting, like I used to have really long hair, like longer than my, like reaching beneath my shoulder blades. Like I just tied it up in a hair bun all the time. Why did getting all of that cut off and then helping me figure out what hairstyle to go with for me, why did that cost the same amount as just cutting my current hair shorter? Like, ah. And yeah, as I said, I need to cut down on my expenses. Unless I suddenly get famous. Unless I suddenly, wink wonk, get sponsored, wink wonk. I'm sorry, I just love the bit too much. Any sponsors in chat? Mochik. Any billionaires in chat, yeah. Any mature woman with expendable income in chat? I have a proposition. Actually, men too. I don't care. I know I said I'm gonna end stream in a bit, but hang on, I'm in the flow. I'm flowing. I pay 3 months of sub in advance, best I can do in terms of sponsoring. It's so much appreciated. I'm also just actually really happy to see people use my emotes, not gonna lie. Like, I love them myself, and then seeing other people use them too is just... Are you actually looking for Glucose Guardian? Yeah. Hang on while I don't. Did I actually say that? Whoopsie. Wait. 1, 2. I pulled a 5th color out of my ass for the background, I just realized. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. Whoopsie. I'm feeling like glucose deficiency. Wouldn't mind the glucose parent sponsoring me either. Someday, one of us is gonna get one. And we'll all be rich. And then everyone gets up and claps. Yeah. And then Obama comes in through the door, congratulates you himself. No, you didn't, but that's the core message. True. Obama is the glucose guardian in question, imagine. Internet, stop dying, I'm about to end anyways. Stinky. Actually, I know I'm not even done with the drawing yet, but I am already seeing like some points that I could have done better, or that I would have to keep in mind for the next time that I draw something like that. Wink wonk. If I was sponsored, winky wonky, or commissioned, I guess. So because I can't just do like my usual shenanigans of just adding more layers, putting them to multiply, because I have like a select amount of colors that I can use. The lower body really is too bright, especially down here. Considering she's supposed to be slightly bent over forwards. But there's like no easy way for me to fix that. And actually, hang on. Hang on. No, never mind, it is already a dark gray. Although I guess it's not too much of an issue, it's just something that I personally notice. So like, if this entire area down here around the tummy would be much darker, so I guess it's just a limitation of like the 4 colors. TBH probability for me getting to my house greater than me finding Glucose Guardian. I'm built like another personality of the press elderly penguin. We should never know. Maybe there's a Glucose Guardian out there looking for a depressed elderly penguin. Never give up. Okay, done. I should stop. It's been 4 hours, 20 minutes. My internet is dying anyways, it's telling me to quit. Okay, let me quickly find someone to raid. Holy shit, I just moved my neck? I am so stiff. If anyone comments on that, I will personally have a stern talking to you. Who could we rate? Jordan, what did I say? Well, I am saying now, zip it. Pack it up and shut. Right, it's Sunday. No person works on a Sunday. Except for me, I guess. Do I rate you into an art stream, or do I just say nah and we're going gaming? Please give me my stern talk now. Nah, you seem a little bit too enthusiastic about that one. You know what? We're gonna rate into arts. We're gonna rate Roxo. They're drawing a male presenting person in a bunny suit. So yeah, we're rating in there. Anyways, gods of shit in this economy. Well, didn't play your cards right. What can I say? Actually, let me quickly see if I can even rate them or if they have rates turned off. We can rate, okay. Okay, anyways then, thanks for hanging out, thanks for keeping me company. Ah, okay, that just, Twitch gave me very weird mixed messages about that one. Yeah, anyways, thanks for hanging out, thanks for keeping me company. I will probably stream one more time to finish up the drawing. Not sure when yet. And yeah, I hope you guys will have a good rest of your Sunday and a good upcoming week. Hang on. There are my socials. That's where I post all of my shit. There's a Discord. Join the Discord for pings whenever I go live or post something. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thank you, Nami. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, James. And right, raid message. I don't know, lick them or something. There, not the bread message. It's not a bread raid. But yeah, anyways, have fun over there. Feel free to use the raid message, otherwise you can just and yeah. Bye bye.